Evening all. Crop circle in Somerset. It wasn't me. It's funny enough, actually, Claire loves fruit machines, so there will be a fruit machine in the bar. At some point. When we have a bar, there will be a fruit machine in the bar. Those are all good guesses, but not quite what I had planned. So, we have, let's say, a choice of 3 things this evening. Choice number 1 would be to do more work towards patch 226, so that's a bit more work on the holo display and maybe adding NPCs to the bridge chairs. The second choice is adding temperature bandings to the planets so that we can have a visual difference between the equatorial regions, the temperate zones, and the tundra regions. Right now, like Earth-like worlds are just like a flat uniform color. It'd be nice if we actually had some surface regions to look at from space. And the third option is I start work on a whole new ship. And before you go, you mad? I need a test bed basically for all the future systems we're doing for the Magellan, so all the sublight stuff, like water recycling, basically every piece of hardware that we're building for the Magellan. I need to build it on something smaller first, so we've got like a compact, isolated test bed. So I was thinking we could make a private corporation scout ship which basically performs the same job as the Magellan, but with a crew of 5 to 10 people. And this would be one of our future ships that we release. It's also good practice for building the backer ships as well. Not to mention the Admiral's yacht. So that would be the third option. So, yeah, I shall make a poll, and then you guys can pick what we do. The poll has been posted. Obviously, a new ship is going to be a long-term project. Tonight's stream is sponsored by Thatcher's Blood Orange. Not really, I just like it. Yeah, so the idea behind the new ship would be, this would be like a long-term thing, so I'd split it up over lots of fun day Sundays. But yeah, we need that compact test environment where we can test everything out without having to, do something on the scale of the Magellan. In hindsight, we should have done that first. Multiplayer should be working. Since when is it not working? Did the most recent patch break it? Claire, do you want to start a server a minute? On the demo pre-release. Oh, look, she's way ahead of me. I actually loaded in before Claire. Hello. This is how she looks in real life. Just dead stare. Hey Ian. Yeah, all seems to be working. Everyone rate ships Claire's ship colouring. That's a difficult sentence to say. I personally loathe it. I mean, who colours their ship like this? Honestly. Oh, have I left myself up all big? Oh my god. Such a noob. Hello. I've certainly never been accused of being professional before. I feel like I'm in a tube of toothpaste. Yeah, the whole stream is just my face, yeah. The poll is currently tied, so quick, someone vote for something. Ugh. So pretty. Wow, holo display looks really cool in the dark. Yeah, the little RGB projectors. It's the most interesting design I could come up with in the 10 minutes that it took me to do it. Oops. Yeah, because basically it's bridge hardware, so like the holo projectors count as bridge hardware. So basically anything that is hardware on the bridge, including the door, goes off. The lighting panels are connected to the lighting circuit, so they still work when the lights are powered. Looks like patch 226 has won the vote. So yeah, multiplayer is working, so we're all good there. Oh, I fixed the bug, by the way, where the planets outside of the window doesn't match the planet you see on the sensor screen, and it's because they were treating Earth-like planets differently. So the temperature banding was different on the sensors compared to how it was outside. That's now been unified, so they should always match now. Right then. So what we need here is we need to be able to log a command target, and then we need to be able to send that target to either the helm or the sensors. So I think what we'll do is, I guess, get the NPCs in there first, and then we'll work on sending commands to them. Okay, so I guess we'll add a can spawn NPC flag first. If the laptop has its own dedicated GPU, yes, most likely, but it needs at least 4 GB of VRAM. So we don't need that. Don't need that. Why is he bright orange? That's weird. So, because basically the chairs already have NPCs in them. So what we need to do is make the NPC visible and then randomly select their uniform, etc. So we can use our customization. Yeah, I can use the character customizer for that. Yeah, so if we set this as if it were a player, then we can just call this function to dress the NPC. So that should be easy enough. But we can probably do that in the constructor. So if we make that variable callable from the world, where are we? Can spawn NPC. suppose we also need to know what type of NPC we're spawning. So we also need to know what department they're in. I think these are the high level ones. Yeah, they'll do. So for testing purposes, let's just spawn and dress the NPC first, and then we'll work on the interaction afterwards. So if we're spawning an NPC, check the department, and then set our customization. Actually, if we set members in that. Right, so what do we want to set? We need to set basically everything. To begin with, let's just get them dressed. So we'll give them a short sleeve shirt. We'll have no jacket for now. Uniform, trousers and boots. And we'll obviously unhide the mesh. Right, so when I select science, it should be showing an NPC. Okay, why is it not? Okay, that's somehow missing something. So when we possess it, we unhide everything on here. I was trimming a hedge today, and I seem to have got a hedge in my eyeball. So I'm not winking at the camera, I've got a hedge in my eye. Thank you, Simon. I shall try and avoid any creepy winking. Okay, I'm halfway there. Okay, why are we overlaying multiple patches and why is the arm in the wrong place? Okay. So, generally speaking, a patch is a full update to the game, whereas a build is incremental updates to that patch. So, during a patch cycle, well, like the current patch cycle, 225, we've had 108 builds within that patch cycle, which is crazy. That's a mad number of builds. But yes, we do. We start a patch and say, right, so this patch is going to contain like X, Y, and Z features. So then we do build, 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 build until we have completed all of those features, and then that patch is released to the game. In a nutshell. Let's try this in game a minute. Yeah, so it's still not aligning those patches properly. Okay. Then we need to handle the flag for these guys. It is weird how pink they're going in the sun at the moment. Okay, I imagine the it's the positional transforms of the name tag and such that are not sticking where they should be, which is odd because when you're sat in a chair, they're in the right place and it's running the same function. So I'll get to the bottom of why that is. But just need to make sure that we hide that lot. Yeah, so where are we unhiding these? That's the next question. Ah, okay. It's irrelevant actually for that because it's not the player, so we don't really need the hidden shadow side of things. Right, so actually, yeah, what we'll do is we'll just do straight up set visibility on that. So we also want to show the UN logo, name tag, country flag, and mission patch. That one is hidden. Right, so that should appear and disappear when we untick it. So we can spawn the NPC on and off. Okay, then we'll change those for the different roles. We need some random name stuff in here, so we shall generate that in a sec. It's interesting, actually. We still got the deck crew down as operations there. But this one would be helm, and the department would be operations, or deck crew, more accurately. So that would be that one and that one. Weird. Why is it not showing the uniform on that one? Fix that in a minute. Let's work on this guy. Hopefully, Lassie, yeah. I've only got actually one more thing to do, which is just to update the tutorial with a few more lines of dialogue. But what I've been working on is just the patch log itself. I mean, it's huge. So it's 22 pages, and this 22 pages is the condensed version. So I'm having to just, basically condense this even further into what would hopefully be a nicely written patch log, which is kind of going to look a bit like this. So I'm just condensing all of that into a much less wordy version. But yeah, it's a big old job to put all this together, and then I need to turn that into a video as well. There are alert sounds already, but they're currently turned off because they wouldn't stop. Basically, they just keep going, and it got very annoying. That pretty much sums it up, CSI, yeah. Yep, there's been 130 bug fixes this year. Feels like a lot more, to be honest, but according to the patch notes, there's 130. Right, so we've got the NPCs, so let's work on being able to spawn them dynamically. So right, so what we need to do next is grab all of that, this is going to require something new. So we set all that to invisible for now. It's not hidden in game. Not hidden in game. Okay, so none of that should be set visible unless we are spawning an NPC, which means when we physically sit in the chair, we need to slightly change how we go about registering that. So I think we're triggering that from outside actually. Ah, yeah, so yeah, as soon as we replicate occupied, we show or hide the character. So rather than setting hidden in game, we just set visibility instead. Ignoring that for a minute. Oh, that's interesting. We can't look at ourselves anymore. I shall have a look at that. Okay, so we're losing our torso, but not here. So that one's fine, and that one's not. This is why I hate working with characters. So the mesh is not hidden in game, but neither is it visible. So it's not visible there, but for some reason it's visible there. That strikes me as being a bug. Yeah, so none of those are visible. If we make it visible, there it be. Okay. Which is what I'd expect to see. Oh, now it's gone. Yeah, that definitely feels like a bug. So we are fully clothed, and then we're not there, which is correct. We are there, we are not there. And I imagine that's probably something similar. Weird. Randomly gone back to the old chair as well. How very weird. Okay, but more importantly, let's see if we can sort out the triggering of the NPC. So we need our character. No, it's the helm and the other chair as well. I think there's a visibility bug somewhere where the visibility state's being set and it's not being refreshed. In fact, if I change levels and go back, that might actually fix it. Not seeing anything on this side, but then the upload on Starlink doesn't always go great. Okay, then we go back to the other level again. Where's my body gone? Right, and yet that one was fine. See, there's nothing fundamentally different about these two chairs. other than the fact one of them is flagged as being able to move. And then with this one, the only difference is the fact that it's the helm. So it accepts keyboard inputs for controlling the ship. That's literally the only difference. Which is weird. Ooh, I wonder if I go into character customization. No, that didn't fix it. Thought that might refresh it, but obviously not. Yeah, it's fine on that one. Okay. Right, so when we hold F, so we need to check here to see whether or not it is a chair that can or does have an NPC in it, in which case we need to then get the option to spawn that NPC rather than sitting in the chair. Yes, we kind of need to cast to that. So we're already capturing a reference to the pawn. Should just be actor, or pawn reference, yeah. So we should be able to then cast to that. Okay, so I think we're actually we're pulling out some data for these things here. So when we are looking at our pawn, so we're setting that there. Okay, then we're running a blueprint interface to grab the name. Right, so we're going to have to set up another blueprint interface for grabbing whether there's currently an NPC spawned, and yeah, whether or not we can spawn one. Oh, sorry, Ian, I don't think I saw the names. Oh, if I just saw them. Maxi Mumwarp. See more stars, I like it. Yeah, well, we'll drill down into that in a sec and find out exactly what the chairs are doing. So these should have look at the interaction. So they don't, but these should. So where is the interfaces? Right, that one. I don't think we're actually using this anymore. Although it's definitely useful. Are we even implementing that? No, we're not. However, now would be a good time to start using it, I think. So we need, first of all, can we spawn an NPC? Because that can drive whether or not we show the menu. So that needs that. And then whether or not it's currently occupied, we need that. Yeah, I guess we also need to know, does it actively have an NPC? That's probably going to need to be replicated. Right, we won't care about the rest of it for now. I was going to add there like a description for what NPC is in the chair. So we could say, rather than just spawn NPC, you could just have it say spawn helm NPC. But we'll keep it simple for now and just have spawn NPC. Okay, so on this one, get chair data. That just exposes all of that. So Okay, so if we can spawn an NPC, we'll handle that. Otherwise, we'll just do what we normally do. And then the next question would be, is there an NPC active? I think there's one thing that might trip us up with this, is the occupied flag. Although we don't seem to be doing much with it, so that's fine. Okay. So I suppose the next thing we need is a function for spawn NPC. Manage NPC. Flingable NPCs, like it. Okay, so I guess quite simply to begin with, if NPC active is false, make active, otherwise don't. That should be sufficient to turn the NPC on and off. Which means rather than that, we will instead implement the event instead. Couldn't see it for looking. So if we're making it active, we will set the visibility on. Let's be honest, just that will do, to be honest. And then don't need to worry about that too much. Right, so it should no longer try and sit in the chair now. It should just try and spawn the NPC. Like that. Be gone. Okay, it's half working. Ah, we're not setting that variable, I think. Probably, yeah, we'll probably have to rep notify that so that this happens for everybody in a multiplayer game. Right, NPC kind of there. Disembodied hair and a pair of boots. What more could you need? Okay, so we're setting it. Oh. My bad. Oh, okay, so we've got hold and release actions happening there. Okay. Why is that firing twice? Oh. Pretty sure that should be on started then, because triggered is probably down and up. Let's just double check. Yeah. So NPC spawning and despawning as needed. Not quite sure why his boots are remaining in his hair, but we'll fix that. So we should be able to do the same on this chair, because it's flagged as having an NPC, but not this chair, which it just makes us sit in. So that one now behaves differently to these ones. Okay, so the next step is to give it yeah. So where it says press F to sit, we need to change that so it says press F for options or something like that. And then when we click F, it comes up with a little menu. And I think unlike these sort of world space menus that pop up here, I think we'll make this one a screen space one. which probably will... It's going to take focus away from the game briefly. Which isn't ideal, but probably unavoidable. Yeah, kind of unavoidable, really. Okay, so then we need to add a menu to the viewport, and then we'll either sit or not sit depending on what's going on there. Kind of need to force a refresh on this. There's going to be a way of resetting that. I'm just wondering whether that's what's causing the issue. But doesn't quite explain why the hair and the boots are hanging around. Unless... Oh, unless we're setting visibility on here. So, hang on. Let's... do a quick check on that, so we won't bother doing the setup unless we actually need to have an active NPC. Yeah, that's what it was. Actually the customization that's messing it up. Right, so that hides and shows smoothly. So the idea here is that we'll be sat in the helm chair, we'll look over at this guy, we'll need a separate trace for NPC interaction, I think. With basically like this width, the whole room width of space. It's the one downside to this bridge design, actually. The chairs are quite far separated from one another. But yes, so you'll look over, press a menu pops up, and then you choose what you want the NPC to do. Do we add another widget, or do we use the HUD? That's the question. It's probably easier for now to add an additional one. Maybe. Yeah, I think I will for now. Spell construct object from class. Then we'll make a new widget. probably a bad one to pick, actually, because there's a bunch of stuff going on with it. Well, we'll make a better menu than this, but this is just an example for now. It needs to be relatively small. We use the borderline instead. So yeah, so right now the NPC is just spawning in the chair for the purpose of being able to issue commands, because it's just a test right now. When we do the actual NPC crew, they will be actual physical objects on the ship that walk around and, you know, have their own routines. So when it's their shift, they'll come to the bridge and relieve whoever's in the chair. So they won't be spawned in and out arbitrarily. They'll actually walk to where they gotta go. That's good, Simon. It's true, Bataz, you do. Sorry, I've missed a bunch of chat here. So fully released, well, that's just a bit of a how long is a piece of string question. But in terms of early access, we're hoping it'll be sometime in 2026. And that should be a full vertical slice of all the features that we're planning for the sandbox. They won't all necessarily be finished, but they'll all be present to some degree. And recruitment, yeah, we'll be focusing on recruitment after the demo update, which will be any day now. This is like very quick and dirty. Will not look like this when done. I think I'll actually change that to summon and dismiss. Just for space fitting reasons. What did I call it? Pop-up menu. Let's just make sure that pops up a minute. Yay. So yeah, that's more of a preference thing, because I like the fact that the chairs are left askew when you get out of them, because it's more realistic that way. So, you know, if you come over here and let's pretend we're in the captain's chair, you know, if the captain kind of turns left and stands up, then, you know, the chair stays in that position. And I prefer the world reacting to what the players do and not just, you know, magically resetting itself, just for realism's sake. That's probably not a terrible size actually for that, so let's release the mouse. Or a spring, yeah. No, this isn't the common UI plugin. I've actually disabled the common UI plugin because it's causing us issues with controllers on the main menu. Specifically, controllers cause the mouse pointer to disappear, which isn't great. Yeah, what's the game about? So, I guess the elevator pitch is you explore a one-to-one scale realistic creation of the Milky Way galaxy on a massive starship as part of its crew. You perform your role aboard the ship depending on which role you've chosen, and basically serve as a crew member whilst exploring the Milky Way. You're meeting new alien races, getting into scuffles, mining for resources to keep the ship going, refueling to keep the ship going, harvesting food to keep the ship going, and basically supporting the ship and crew whilst performing science and exploring further into the Milky Way. That's the basic premise of the game. And shenanigans ensue along the way. Help if I unhid the cursor, wouldn't it? So I need to manage a reference to this menu, because the awkward thing with this is once we choose to sit in a chair, we are no longer in control of our character pawn, which is where this code is running. So we need the widget to speak back to the player character. So we need to destroy this after we've used it. So that sets the menu up. But then we need to set some details on it. So I don't think we need to cast to that. Is that gonna come back with a "this is already that object" message? Yes, it is. So we don't need to cast to it. Okay, so we can set some variables on there. So if we set, so we need owning actor, and that can be a, I suppose it's a pawn, isn't it? A pawn reference. Let's make sure we can set that. Set owning actor, and that should be a reference to self. Okay, so at least now the menu knows which pawn has spawned it. So we're probably going to need to drive a couple of custom events from here. Let's worry about that one in a minute. Right, let's add a cancel button first. We'll make that the first thing we do. Yeah, so stick that one in the middle, move that one up there. There, put that there, stick that on there, and make that bigger. You're welcome, Scorpio. Right, so let's give that something to do. So at least in this point of time, it should only ever be the Starsim character that's clicking on this. So we don't need to set up interfaces or anything yet. So yeah, so all we need to do is kill the menu at this point. Let go. So I think that should destroy it. Let's just double check on that. Alright, so it's not letting us click it. Why you no click? wondering whether we set the input mode to game and UI. Because then it's not stopping you from moving the character about. Still move around. Let's click on the menus. It's not doing anything, but we'll figure out why. Oh, because didn't tell it to. That'll be why. To set the input mode back as well after that. Right, yeah, so be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone. Okay, that all seems to be good. Right, and then we need to set that back on the player controller. So we want to hide the cursor and set input mode to game only. That should be all we need to do to hide the menu. Menu pops up, menu goes away. Perfect. Does nothing in that chair, does stuff on this chair. Should also do stuff on this chair. Great. Right. Ooh, interesting. Found a way of bugging it if you press E. The NPC will be randomly generated for now. And no, they don't need NPC logic because they're for now it's not actually the NPC you're interacting with, it's the chair. So although there's an NPC in the chair for visibility reasons only, it's the chair itself that you're interacting with. We're using the character creator for characters at the moment, but we are moving back to metahumans at some point. We'll probably continue to use the character creator characters for aliens and such, non-human frames. Exactly. The NPC is a lie. So if we choose to sit in the chair, it will kill the menu and sit the player in the chair. So we just need to add that to here. So button sit, give it a action, And then we might as well do the spawn NPC as well while we're at it. I'll do that down here actually. Okay, so we need to, yeah, based on the presence of an NPC, we need to add something to this. So yeah, we need that on there. So just need to stick that on there so that when we inevitably fire this button, it's going to fire a slightly different event on here. Yeah, so that needs a Boolean as an input. So if we're summoning, do that. If we're not, do that. That should sort that out. Oh, and again we need to make sure we kill the pop-up window when we presseth upon the button. If you don't need that there, but we do need to set it up here. There. So now the menu knows whether the NPC is in the chair or not, and thus can fire the correct version of the event there. So we fire that, pop that in there. Guess we also need an event on here as well for configuring that. Configure buttons. So we get that. Then we get that. And then if we do a select on that, pop that in there. So NPC is not true. We want summon NPC. Otherwise, we want dismiss NPC. So that should dynamically rename the button based on the presence of an active NPC. To be honest, that might be a little bit redundant there, but we'll roll with it for now. Yeah, so after we've done that, we need to configure the buttons. To be honest, I could have set that variable as part of this, but don't matter for now. Station options, yes, I like that in. At some point, Scorpio, yes, but not right now, because we have no ability to move the screens around. To be honest, we can't do that until the tutorial is using events triggered by button presses rather than a little target that you got to click with the mouse, because if we move the sensors console somewhere else, then that'll break the tutorial. So that everything's kind of like dependent on other things in that regard. But yes, once the tutorial is not dependent on the sensors console being in a specific spot, then yes, there's no specific need for a particular console to be a particular station. You should be able to move them around. Yeah, the NPCs will have... It's not so much a skill level, it's more just an experience level. So we don't want to add anything that's too grindy. So we don't want gameplay to revolve around grinding up the NPCs to improve their ability. It's more the case that they won't be able to do anything new based on their experience level, but they'll be better at what they do. So the longer an NPC has served aboard your ship in a particular role, the better at that role they will be. And that will manifest itself in ways like they'll get jobs done quicker, they'll do it more efficiently. If they are repairing something, the general damage to the quality of that item will be less if an experienced engineer fixes it versus an inexperienced one. And the same will be true for players as well. But it's kind of like a real world analogy of just having experience in a role, and just the more stuff they do in that role, that just gradually goes up on its own. So it's like a passive experience gain. No worries. Yeah, I didn't think when adding the cat, actually. That does create a bit of a power conflict between Admiral Cluck and the cat. Okay, so we can now sit in a chair or not. And summon NPC does nothing, but sitting down works. Cancelling the menu works. Interesting. So how did I trigger that then? Wait, am I adding multiple? I think it's adding multiple versions of that menu to the viewport. So if we see, is that going to return valid if it's been removed? I suppose that would do it. Let's try this a minute. It's one of those things where it's easy enough to add a new feature, but then you've got all these edge cases you need to start worrying about. Right, so pop-up menu is in viewport. Hoping that works. So if it's not, we want to go through the process of setting it up and adding it to the viewport. Otherwise, we can just go through the usual configuration process. So basically, we're not changing that variable if it's already valid. Although, to be honest, we only need to do that once on begin play. Just store it in a variable and keep it there. Hang on, let's just give this a try a minute. I might be overthinking that slightly. Right, so F cancel. Right. So if I do that, move over there. Can I break it? That seems to have fixed it. Right, let's figure out what's happening with that NPC thing then. So active NPC is going to report false because there isn't one. So if active NPC is false, we want to summon one. Yeah, we need the inverse of that, don't we, to basically flip-flop what we're doing. Again, though, we can probably drive that from there, but I'm just wondering whether or not that's... If we stop looking at the chair before we press the button, is that going to break it? So if we press F, and then we're no longer looking at the chair, and we try and sit. Yeah, it's going to break it. That works now though. So summon, dismiss, summon, dismiss. You are summoned. So it shouldn't let you... Oh, it does. No. Should be flagging as occupied. Which means... Yeah, we'll disable the button. So if NPC's active, we'll take that, and then we will disable that. So again, we need the inverse of that. So if active is true, we want enabled to be false. If active is false, we want enabled to be true. That should fix that. Right, so right now we can sit. We summon an NPC. We now cannot sit because the NPC is in the chair. However, if we then dismiss the NPC, we can now sit. That works nicely. Okay. Same should be true for this one. Summon our weird bodiless NPC. Can't sit. Get rid of him. And now we can sit. Okay. Well, job done. So I suppose the next job on this is when we interact with something here. So when we're setting these targets, we need to set command target instead. And then we basically look at the NPC. We need to line trace to the NPC rather than the chair, highlight them, and then bring up a menu for basically doing stuff with our command target. Although I'm definitely in two minds about the practicality of working with a holo display like this. Like, because if you want to set that as the sensor target, you kind of need to like get down on your hands and knees, set it as your command target, and then kind of like speak to the dude. I'm just wondering whether or not a more centralized screen space option might be better. I mean, I kind of like the line coming out of it and everything, but we're just going to have to play test this and get some feedback on how people are using it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue here, is that being able to look down and click on it's one thing, but having the menu appear so far away and so tiny isn't great. But then, yeah, see, we were looking at that. So when you click on an object, it immediately puts that in the middle and zooms in on it. Have like a zoom focus on whatever you click on. It's not impossible. We can certainly do that. Because the other thing we want like an info panel on here as well. So rather than just having actions that you can perform, we want to be able to bring up, target data, so that the captain's got direct visibility of some of those stats, like how much have we explored this system, how many planets are there, that sort of thing. Just at a glance stuff. Yes, the crew will have AR, so like that technically is rendering on the AR overlay. So that's not necessarily out of the question. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. It's all about usability and quality of life, because the whole idea behind having the holo display as the focal point of the bridge is that's the main source of information for all of the bridge crew, and it's also the main interface in which the captain or the commander interacts with the data and the tactical information that's being fed into the ship. So that's like, it needs to be slick and it needs to be practical to use. So we'll continue to refine that and add quality of life improvements as much as necessary. I guess the next thing to do then is we need to start setting a command target. But I guess before we do that, we need to randomize the NPC look and details. We need to fix them not showing up properly on there. How are we doing time-wise? So we're halfway through the stream, so we should have plenty of time to get that done. Why don't we... Let's start setting up our NPC interaction tick, because I want to start handling that one differently. So right now what we're doing is we're basically tracking what it is we're looking at. So we need to basically flag the fact we're looking at an NPC, but the interaction line trace needs to be fairly short. It needs to kind of be within arm's reach. So we need a separate one for NPCs specifically. Where are we? I think what we'll do is we'll duplicate this and handle it slightly differently. So this is another way of doing it actually. So being able to hold down E and click on the NPC, we want to retain that functionality as well. Although we do also want to fire a line tracer there. Okay, so if we use visibility, although I have a suspicion that they're not blocking visibility. Let me just double check. Yeah, so it's ignoring all of that. Okay, so if we use the interaction channel, and we'll do 10 meters. What's that? It's 10,000, isn't it? All right, let's do this by way of tags then. So very simply, we'll tag the main body of the NPC with NPC as a tag, and then we will search for NPC. And we'll do a similar thing here. So don't need to worry about those. Don't need to worry about the grabbing stuff. Okay, and then check for NPC on there. So whether it's under the mouse cursor or via a direct camera trace, as long as it's got an NPC tag, it should correctly flag that you're looking at an NPC. Just make sure we start that tick going on here. So to test this, if we make it do some spam, so do this one first. Sorry, I'm missing chat again. We are setting up NPC interaction on the bridge aperture. Yes, Firstus. So we're going to give the command crew various powers over both NPCs and players. So you'll be able to assign tasks to people. Generally speaking, as a department head, you'll do that by way of the task board. But if you're the commander or the captain, we'll have some other way of doing that. We'll have a command interface that you can use. So you could have people report to the bridge, for example, or report to your office. Right, so I was hoping that this would block. Oh, hang on, did I set it to block? Hang on, make sure I'm not being a doofus. Ah, yeah. Lock interaction. Now, one of the issues is that because this is a pawn, only the capsule generally has collisions, but at least physics collisions. We should still have trace collisions on things like the chair, because yeah, that's using the interaction channel. So that should be spamming the word NPC with a mouse over it, which is not. Okay, let's just try a normal trace. it's obviously not blocking the trace because it's still highlighting the chair behind it. Why is it not blocking the trace? Oh, because I've got it set to no collision, that's why. Does that check for line traces? Oh yes, raycasts. There we go. Great. Huzzah! We are seeing an NPC. Okay, so it's also going to highlight the chair because the chair is part of the same actor. So that's typical, but that's definitely working. We'll have to turn off collisions when it's invisible. But if we also just test out that a minute, make sure that works as well. Yeah, so that works too, even though you can't see it. So that's yeah, so we're not hitting the NPC there, but as soon as we mouse over the NPC, we are getting NPC logic. Which means you should be able to just use the mouse and click on the NPC to bring up the menu. Or look at the NPC and do the same. Just check the range on that a minute. Perhaps I set that a little bit too far. So if 100 is 1 meter, oh yeah, so of course 1,000 is 10 meters. Durr. Alright, so that should be enough for, at the very least, command chair to sensors, but we need it to be command chair to helm as well. So if we summon that dude. Yeah, so we're just about seeing the back of his head. Oh, that's an interesting point. So we do need the chair to be part of this because otherwise you're going to have to try and like snipe the top of his head to issue a command. We definitely want to be able to just hit the chair and issue a command. So I'll add the chair to that trace as well. We'll keep the NPC trace in there because when we've got NPCs walking about, obviously you still want to be able to highlight them and issue commands. But yeah, I'll add the chair to that. Oh yeah, the camera teleport thing. It's literally a case of changing a few numbers. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, the NPC commands will eventually be a radial menu of some kind, because there's going to be probably quite a lot of options on there, and a lot of options will work better as a nested radial menu than they would as a big list. I personally love motor racing, so yeah, I'd like to get some kind of racing league in the game somehow. Racing small ships around an asteroid belt sounds pretty cool. Yeah, having the chairs, having the NPC or the player kind of lift the arms of the chair up to get out, it's not a bad shout. You know, the more interactivity, the better, really. Right then, so we know we're looking at an NPC. Which is good. So when we yeah, when we press F, so basically we want... See, this is an awkward one. I want to try and keep the interaction key to a single key as much as possible. And have that key be context sensitive, because if we start adding multiple keys for performing different actions, it's going to get a little bit hectic. So if we've got F as our general action key and E as the mouse unlocker, then we should be able to accomplish everything we want to accomplish with just those two keys. So you've got E to just click on stuff in the world, and then F to bring up a context sensitive menu. So the issue we're going to have is the sorts of things that you'll be doing with chairs is different to what you'll be doing with NPCs. So like, you can't sit on an NPC as much as you might want to. So I guess that's where we need the radial menu. So like, chair would have actions associated with it, and then NPC would have another set of actions associated with it. So we'll build out the context of the radial menu when you press F, and depending on the amount of stuff that's available to do, obviously that menu will be more or less complex accordingly. So I think yeah, so things like, all right, so let's go back into the world a minute. So right now, while I'm stood next to the chair, it will quite rightly give me the option to sit down. Now, from over here, obviously I can't click the chair from that far away, but like, let's say from here, you know, we should have the option to summon an NPC, but not the option to sit down because we're too far away. That option should only be available when we're next to the chair. And you know, similarly, we should be able to summon an NPC from all the way over here if we want to, or shout a command over at that NPC. So we need kind of we need a distance-based thing on here. Yeah, so we'll grey that out if the character is further than like the interaction distance away. Let's just implement that a minute. I'm also just thinking, obviously we're adding this now at the moment. If I can get the ability to actually get the NPC to do stuff, then we'll leave it in. If it's just an NPC sat there doing nothing, I might disable that feature for the demo update. Otherwise it's going to confuse people. But let's see how far I can get with it. So we need player distance. That's going to drive ultimately what we want visible. So we're doing this literally every time we bring the menu up, so we can do this at the same time. So if player distance is greater than let's say 2 meters, and then we'll set that according. Actually, you can probably do it on there. Actually, no, we do need to do this on here. So if NPC is not active and NPC and player distance is less than 200, less than or equal to 200, so NPC is not active. Hang on, that's going to be false, isn't it? Wait. NPC active becomes false. NPC false becomes true. So there's no NPC, true. Player distance is less than 200, true. So true and true results in true. So if either one of those is false, or both is false, then it will not be enabled, which is what we want. So I think the logic is sound there. And then we just need to set that on here as well. Move all this even further over. So that would be get player camera manager. I'll just do it to the camera. Actually, no, I don't need to, do I? I can just do get actor location. Get world location. Get the distance between those two vectors. That should give us our player distance. Right, so sit down is available there, not there because we're too far away. There we go. So you now cannot sit down from all the way over here. I need to do something similar for things like the props. So right now I can pick up that globe from all the way over here, which obviously is, you know, miles away from where I am. So we need to control. Yeah. We need to be able to successfully hit the object with the raycast, but then not follow through if the object's too far away. Whereas with the chair, obviously we need that to be able to be clickable from, you know, a long way away, whilst using the same raycast, which means, therefore, we do not actually need the thing we just set up. So we don't need the interaction tick for NPC, because we can piggyback off of the interaction tick that we're using anyway, which means we don't need that. Yeah, and then we'll continue to use chair as our interaction source, which means we need to give this stuff the same channel as the chair. So the chair mesh has a tag of nothing. What are we tagging? Are we tagging anything here? Ah, we're getting off the actor. Right, okay. Okay, I think for a future iteration of this, rather than getting the tag off of the actor itself, we'll grab the tag off of the component. So the static mesh actor of, sorry, the static mesh component of the actor is a better thing to use for these tags, because then if you've got multiple components, like with a chair, where you've got two objects which are, you know, physically separated, the line trace will succeed on both. Whereas right now on this one, it's going to fail if you're looking at the NPC, because it won't see the NPC as an NPC. But that's fine, because we can just click on the chair for now. So, that means we need to add some options here for commands that we can issue. So, see, this is where a radial menu will really come in handy. I do have one that I downloaded, but I'd need to go pick through it and set it up. But for now, I think we'll just add it to this. I might just add a second menu on here. Yeah, I think I will. So what I'll do is, obviously we've got these options when there's no NPC in the chair. If there is an NPC in the chair, we need a different set of options. So if we duplicate, ooh, no, even better, we use a widget switcher. Who doesn't love widget switchers? Because I can shunt all of that. Oh, actually, I need another canvas panel, don't I? I know, canvas panels are bad. So canvas panel chair, and then canvas panel NPC. So we've got our chair options there. Make sure that that is centralized. And we'll make sure that's not hit testable self only. As are they, self only. Okay. So all we need to do then is basically just duplicate these layers. So we can then switch back and forth using the widget switcher. So if there's an NPC, we switch to that one. If there isn't, we switch to that one. So we can have a context sensitive menu for now until we get the radial menu set up properly. So just need to make sure that that is properly in the middle. Why are they on a different plane? Oh, I see. Of course. Yeah, so we'll have a bunch of NPC commands here. The first of which will be to dismiss the NPC. So if we duplicate that. So we don't need this anymore. So instead, we will use this for the widget switcher. So we will set active index, and then we'll do a select on that. So if NPC is active, it's 0. Sorry, it's 1. Otherwise, it's 0. So that basically controls what page we're on. Yeah, and we still want to control the sit button distance. So that should fix that. Let's just test it a minute, make sure that's working. What? Don't think that's actually used for anything. It's weird that it's come up with these errors now, because I've actually put a build out on everything since doing this. Right, so this is widget index 0, gives us those options. If I summon an NPC, now it should give us a different set of options. It isn't hooked up to anything yet, but we no longer have the chair options because we've got an NPC sat in the chair. And then once the NPC's gone, the chair options should come back. Thus, context sensitivity is achieved. But we do need to sort out these. So we've got dismiss NPC. We've also got use command target. It's going to require a bigger button. So that will grey out if there isn't a command target. But we also need I guess like GPS mode. Yeah. So we'll have the different sensor modes again. So when we do a radial menu, GPS sensor mode would be the category heading, and then you'd have all the different sensor modes accordingly. And then depending on which sensor mode is active, you'd get a different set of options for commanding the NPC. So basically this is being able to interact with the sensors console completely via the NPC. So you're basically telling them what you want to see, and then they're pressing the button for you. Which means we need to be able to fire those commands at the sensors console accordingly, which also have to replicate. which is always a fun challenge. Let's add this in a list, shall we? Don't know why I didn't do that before. I thought you could set a separation width in here, obviously not. Why is it putting it over there? That'll be why. Better. So dismiss NPC, command target, mode GPS, mode long, mode medium, mode short. Right, so if we just start with those as an experiment. Yeah, we're actually going to require 2 of these as well, because we've also got the helm NPC. So we're going to have to show a separate set of menu options for the helm. So like this one's going to be so we've got use command target, navigate to target, these are going to have to be a little bit vague. So when commanding the Helm NPC, there might be circumstances where you want them to just set the target but not actually go anywhere. I'm wondering whether we just avoid that one for now and just put navigate to my target, or just navigate to target. And then maybe just some just generic things like engage FTL, disengage FTL, maximum speed. Don't know, something like that. Again, you know, once this is organized into a radial menu, it'll make a lot more sense, and we'll have a lot more scope for adding a lot more options for being able to, you know, send commands. But if we just do these for now as a test, I'm just trying to think of things that are like immediately useful. So I think navigate to target is an immediately useful one, because it means you can click on something on the sensors, and then once you've set that as your command target, you can then literally just look at the helm guy and tell him to go there, which saves a lot of messing about. Turning the FTL on and off generically is useful, and then just setting speeds. Obviously over time we'll expand that greatly. And then obviously on the sensors side, this one's a little bit more... yeah, there will be. Oh, actually, yeah, no, you raise a good point on that one. I'll add one more to the helm one. I'll just say take us home, and that can literally just navigate the ship back to Earth. Nice and simple. Yeah, because we can just basically set Earth as the target and trigger the autopilot. This is what we're basically doing here. We're triggering the autopilot function via interacting with the NPC. Yeah, press the Janeway button. Yeah, eventually there will be a use command target on the helm, absolutely, but that'll require some UI rework, so I won't do that yet. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. But yeah, there are going to be hundreds of NPC commands, depending on how deeply nested you go with the menu. We'll just keep adding more and more and more, you know, as required. Right, anyway, so target, that one is engage FTL, disengage FTL, 10% speed, max speed, and home. then again on these ones we've got those, and then again, obviously, whichever one you click on, there would be a hell of a lot more options in addition to that. So it's going to need a lot of fleshing out. So when we actually work on the 226 patch properly, we'll sort all the menus out, stick it in a nice radial design, and nest it properly. So we've got all the functionality we need. Okay, so we need visibility of what type of chair we're sat in, we're interacting with. Thank you, Max. Very much appreciated. Yeah, so when we're looking at sensors, obviously we want to trigger the menu to only show the sensors commands, and vice versa for the helm. Right now, it doesn't know which one you're looking at. It just knows it's a chair, and it just knows that we've got that flag on the chair for where are we? Yeah, for spawn NPC. Maybe we'll use NPC department. Actually, we're already setting that for the uniform, so we'll use that. That's an easy one to grab. So in that case, we need a variable on here for department. And that's just an enum. Yeah, so we'll need to so if NPC is false, then we're grabbing widget switcher 0. If NPC is active, we need to know which department they're in. So we need to run a select off of the enum, which I clearly cannot spell. Pop that in there. So science was page 1, operations was page 2. The others can stay as 0 for now. Right, so that just handles selecting the right page based on the chair department. And the rest of that can stay as is. Actually, no, it can't. Because that needs to be part of that one. So we only need to bother about that if there's no NPC. So that solves that. Right, yeah, so that should give us our pages. And then we're going to need, I'll move that up there a minute, because we're going to need a lot of button presses now. So we've got so these are the standard ones. We've got sit, summon NPC, and cancel. Okay, so that's page 0. And then page 1. So we're going to be channeling a whole bunch of commands through this now, so so actually we can simplify this now. Obviously we're not going to even show the option to dismiss on this one, so we can just do that. And on this one we just need to do that, and then we need the same thing over here, because on that page we need a similar thing. So press the button, get rid of the NPC. Page 1, page 2. Okay, so there's those ones. Obviously we need to set up the actual events on the other side. So doing this is obviously only half the battle, because we also need to get those commands reaching the sensors and the helm. Right, so that should be all the buttons catered for. And yes, we just need to set department now on the character. When I do this properly, I will combine all this into one like configure function. So rather than setting all the variables separately, we will configure them properly. I can live down there now. Oops. Department, wasn't it? we're not pulling from here, so we need to add department on here. Okay, stick department on there. And then we need to add that on here. Right, so it should now give us the right page depending on which chair we're looking at. Yeah, so if there's a real player in the chair, we'll have to look at how we do that. I mean, the assumption is that players will be communicating either via the chat or via voice comms or something. So the question is, do we even have this as a command interface for players? But we'll work on that and have a look at it. It might be that some players are a lot more comfortable just receiving a command order than actually having to communicate with other human beings. I know that sometimes that I'd rather just sit back and chill and just pretend the other player's an NPC. Right, so we're summoning our NPC. And it's the GPS one. Okay, and that works. Right, and then on this one, summon the NPC, and it's the helm. Great, so we need a cancel button, don't we? Right, summon NPC, summon NPC. So context sensitivity is working, but we don't have a cancel button, so we just need to add one of they for each of these. Helm cancel. Okay, so same again, we need to add the button press onto here. Do that, grab that. What was the cancel on? That one. Could just send through the same event on those. Right, so we've got our context sensitivity. We can close those menus now. So let's try issuing a command. Well, So we already actually have targeting ability. So I'm going to remove, yeah, I'm going to remove that for a minute. And that, no, that can stay. Because we've already got the ability on the holo display to actually set the target. Obviously, full system will have command target, but for now, we don't actually need it. So let's see if we can get the sensors NPC to change their sensors page. And we need to make sure that we increase the line trace length on that. Set that to 10 meters. So that basically, that's going to make the interaction distance on everything 10 meters. But we'll handle individual objects separately. So they'll just ignore the trace if they're a prop, for example. Which means, so if we are the helm, oh, that's a point. So we're going to have to add this code to the chairs as well, because obviously the chairs need to do the same trace. But yeah, if you're in the helm, right now you can go, oh, you can't, no, because I disabled it, yeah. But you can on this one. So from over here, from 10 meters away, you can go whee, which is not ideal. But yeah, I think 10 meters is about right actually. So yeah, you can summon the NPC there, and then you can issue the commands, so like engage FTL, blah blah blah. Same thing there, stick an NPC in. So I want to get to the point where you can sit in the captain's chair and navigate the ship around without getting up, just by, you know, speaking to the NPCs. Right, let's get these mode buttons working and we'll see whether that works. How are we doing time-wise? Ooh, 45 minutes to go-ish. See, I'm thinking, with my little thinking brain, that rather than trying to like find the class that we need to send the command to, we are better off having like a captain's order, and then pass through data, because we can replicate that. So if we maybe stick it on here for now. In fact, I don't think we even need to create an event class for it, because we can just do it for the string. Hang on, I'm muttering to myself, but there's method to what I'm thinking about. So as because we want this to be replicated, so we needed to go via the player controller, which means, yeah, we need the player controller for this. Where's the player controller? There it is. Right, so if we bind to this, here's what I almost prepared earlier. Something like command orders. Make custom event. Command issued. So basically everyone's player controller will receive this. No, we don't want to bind to it, do we? We want to call it. So no, forget that. Now this needs to be down here in our little replication section. So we need an event here for this kind of needs to be fire and forget, so if we make the order a string, and then we get our event handler, right, then we need, this needs to be, yeah, server RPC, so we need a custom event. This is going to be issue command order. And again, we want our string. Except this one's going to be running on server as a reliable RPC. Issue command order, stick that in there, and then we will call global event by name. And we basically just need to stick that in there. That should be sufficient for that. We don't need a payload because we're not sending any data particularly. And we'll call it command order. Because obviously it could be from like the XO, it doesn't necessarily come from the captain. So what we're doing here is we are basically calling that on the player controller, which we're turning into a replicated event, so it's running on the server. The server is then sending this out as a command, which means any game system listening for this command will act accordingly because the server is telling it to, as opposed to one of the clients. So what we need to do on the player is we need, so we need to make a command order thing on here. So again with a string as an input, and we'll be defining these strings on the UI. So that's the order that's being passed. And then we need to get player controller. Now, ordinarily, I would make this a blueprint interface, and I will, when I do it properly. But for now, it can just be a cast. So we'll just cast the player controller, and then we will run the command order on there. We shall give it the order. So that should basically be everything we need to do to get that order sent out by the server. Potentially, we'll have to look into that. It depends on what it is, really. Again, that's probably more something that's going to be more apparent when you're in a roleplay environment. When you're dealing with NPCs, the moment you click the button, they're already acting. There's no delay. So the chance to get in there and interrupt it is slim. It's a very small window, but we'll see. Once there are more complicated orders being given, we'll see what other interactions are needed surrounding them. Right. So basically, all of these need to do command order. And then every single one of them is going to have a unique string. Oops. Okay, and the same with these ones. And then we'll just come up with some kind of sensible naming convention, like sensors. What's this one? GPS. We prefix them all. Sensors long, sensors medium, sensors short. Just check that they actually line up. Yep. And on this side we'll have helm target, nav2 target even, helm engage FTL, disengage FTL, helm speed 10, helm speed max, helm home, or nav to home. Right, so press F. So I want F to be like the global interaction key. So if you're interacting with something directly, like left clicking is like a finger prod. So if you're left clicking with the mouse by holding E, or you're just clicking something, you're like prodding it. Whereas F is more of a contextual action. So F, you're sitting down. F, you're issuing a command. So clicking is prodding, F is doing something. Oh, that will definitely be the case, Daniel. Yeah, because like one of the things we'll have for the ship as a whole is we will have conditions that are set across the whole ship. So like one of the conditions could be cold and dark. So the captain would issue the order, set ship cold and dark, and then the chief engineer would then send out its own tasks for the tasks board for setting various things around the ship. So the NPC crew members will scuttle off and do their individual jobs, because that one command from the captain will generate a whole list of activities that need to be performed for the ship to meet that set criteria that's been set. And things like like initiate a refueling sequence. So if you're above a gas giant and you need to start refueling, you can't just press a button and expect refueling to happen. There are things that need to be configured and changed in order to support the refueling of the ship. Like valves need to be switched over and things need to be opened. And again, those are all individual activities which are going to be the individual jobs that players and NPCs perform. So if you're a player engineer and you're just going about doing your jobs in engineering, you will get a task for, say, go and open valve XYZ, and you won't necessarily even know why you're opening that valve. You've just been told to, but it's in support of like a wider sequence of events that are happening. Yeah, definitely. We'll have ship-wide announcements for all sorts of things. So, like in that example, so if we're setting setting the ship to cold and dark, then that will be announced that that's what's happening. Obviously, that's a very rare one that would happen. Yeah, we are now venting the atmosphere. Good luck. Yeah, exactly, Firstus. The whole point of this is that every department aboard the ship will generally have something to do, whatever these big global events are. So, like refueling, you'll have engineers doing something. You'll have the pilot doing something. You'll have medbay maybe preparing for cuts and bruises from the turbulence of entering the upper atmosphere. There'll be things that happen across the ship. Right, so let's just make sure that we are generating our order. So this is the final step here. So we've been through like all the different chain of events, and eventually we reach this point where the server is issuing this order as a global event. So let's just make sure that it does. Okay, summon an NPC. Long range, GPS, medium, short range. Great, so the server is now issuing those commands, which is great. I'm assuming that should work equally as well on the helm. Yes. So navigate to target, engage FTL, disengage 10%, speed max, take us home. Great. So the last thing that needs to happen with that is for those individual systems to pick up on that. So right, when we're registering our global events, of which there are many, which ones are the server ones? These ones. Just pop this one in here a minute. So bind global event by name, and just so that we are absolutely not getting any typos, I will copy paste it. Hang on, let's close some of these tabs because, as usual, I have too many. So, command has been issued. We know what the command is because we have. Oops. Oh yeah, we know what that is there. And then we're just going to switch on string and just pop in what those are. Right, so that was, I think, only the 4 on sensors, wasn't it? So sensors, GPS, sensors long, medium, and short. So on the sensors panel, this is basically coming from the server, so it should be fully authoritative, and then that can then force the various sensors modes. That's probably the best way of doing this, because we obviously need to simulate a button press. So we're probably better off assigning that to a variable. Because then we can set that variable separately and treat that as our button press. Yeah, because we can then just put up here so we can force a button press. So force button press just pops into there, and we just need to set this now up here. So basically we're going to set 4 versions of that. And then we just need to know what those buttons are. So I can't remember off the top of my head, so I just need to double check this. So it's mode GPS. I'm assuming mode long range. And mode medium range. Mode short range. Okay. So we're setting those, and then we're going to force button press. So basically the server is replicating someone having pressed one of the buttons on the UI. So the same sequence of events should happen, and it should all be replicated. So let's just give it a whirl. Right, we will summon an NPC. So if we pretend to be captain, show us medium range. Oh, I need to dismiss the menu. Okay, so that worked. Show us short range. There isn't anything. Long range. Oh yeah, it did work. Short range, medium range, GPS. So yeah, commands are working. Can we do it? Can we do it with that? No. Need to press F. Okay, so I'll add yeah, I'll try and add mouse waving to that. But for now it's look and press F. That does work. Okay. Let's just make sure we kill the UI. So like with everything else here, we need to kill the pop-up menu. And we'll do that before we do anything else. So kill the menu, send the order, job's a good one. Right, so then basically we need to do the same thing on the helm, and again we will basically emulate button presses for the NPC. So the NPC is not physically doing anything, we are pretending they are. Yeah, so a couple of these are going to require a couple of button presses actually. Like navigating means we're going to have to set Earth as the target, then set autopilot, and then turn on the FTL. So there's going to be a sequence of events that have to happen in quick succession. But that's fine, we can just handle them separately. I'll put a brief delay between each one. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be added to the command interface. You know, basically everything you can do on the UIs, you need to, or practically everything, you need the captain to be able to ask for. Like anything you can think of that you would want the NPC to do for you needs to be in the menu. But obviously we can't add everything yet because we don't have the radial menu set up. But yeah, so if we do the same thing on this as we did on here, so I'll just grab a copy of that. Yeah, this is a much older version of the UIs, so it's not quite as well refined. Okay, so those are those ones. Right, okay, yeah, because we're sending through an integer on this one. Okay. Yeah, so we'll just do some custom events on that, I think. That's fine, we'll just park that. Actually, no, it won't. Stick it over there. Move that out the way, pop that there. Right, so we've got a bunch of Helm ones now, so oops. What were they? Right, so nav to target. That's going to, right, yeah, so we need 2 on that one. So we need yeah. So we need engage autopilot, and then engage FTL, which means we could do with a disengage autopilot as well. Or like an all stop. Yeah, maybe an all stop would be better for that. But yeah, so we're actually going to string together a couple of commands here, and we will delay between them. So we're going to engage the autopilot, and then we're going to engage the FTL. Just thinking for the disengage FTL, obviously, if we issue that order whilst the FTL is off, it will turn it back on again. So it's going to be a bit of a bug there. Yeah, so we definitely need engage autopilot. And then we need disengage autopilot. And that's actually the only 2 things we need on here. Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no. I'm just realizing there's a couple of like arrival altitude. Not sure whether that's being used right now. Let's just Yeah, I'll just fire these two for now, and we'll see whether or not we need to use that, because I might need to take this a step back and put the event on the actual widget panel instead, so that we're actually properly pressing the button rather than bypassing it. But let's see. So custom event, call it autopilot override, and we'll give that a boolean. Actually, no, we can't do that because or can we? Yes, we can. So autopilot on, autopilot off. Nice, nice and simple. And then on here, we'll do autopilot override. On and off. That's going to error because it needs to refresh. There we go. Right. So we should now at least have the ability to turn the autopilot on and off. And then the follow-up command needs to come from this panel. And then we need another custom event underneath here. So grab that again. So this one is going to be for the FTL. Where are we? So engage. Disengage. Oh, idiot. And then we've got speed. Yeah, so this navigate to home one, see, that has to be target home. Yeah, so that's going to have to be 3 panels worth of usage, because we need to set the target on the left hand panel, and then we need to engage autopilot. So to engage autopilot, and then we need to engage the FTL. So obviously that's a 3-action command. Actually, I might speed that up a little bit. Yeah, so when it comes to this panel, we only need these 4 actions because we're chaining actions together. So that's that. Right, so we need to specifically know which button we're pressing here, which means it might be easier if we actually pop this on the widget rather than here. So let's just go and grab that. Yeah, because we can basically just hook into those. So if we pop that on there, well, that's no good, is it? Right, so engage FTL is going to be wherever that is. That one, I think. Yeah, that one. I'll stick it on there. Yeah, so it won't allow the action if it's in the middle of like engaging or disengaging. So command FTL. Oops. Brain's starting to go fuzzy. Right, so command FTL will basically force that on. So we need to add command FTL on here. So both of those will do the same thing for now, because we have no easy way right now of it knowing whether you're at warp or not. But we'll sort that out. Yeah, so add a custom event there. Command max speed. That's just going to fire that button press essentially. See, what we can't do, actually we can't set 10% unless we do it, yeah, we can do it from here. So hang on, got an idea. So if we do command minimum speed, which sets the speed to 0, and then if we click that one twice, yeah. So command plus speed. Let's pop that in there. Right, so max speed is simple then. Let's just command max speed. And then 10% would be command minimum speed. and then we will delay half a second, and then we will do command plus plus speed, and then we will delay half a second, and then we'll do command plus plus speed again. That just basically just we're pressing the buttons for it. So that solves that one. So we didn't actually need to do anything on that one. I'm tempted to do something similar here, but hopefully that is sufficient. And then the last one is this one. So we should have a like a home override, and I'm assuming it's on here. Yeah, this one. So it's easy enough. Command set home. Actually, I need to make sure I set this up with the right coordinates to Earth. I'll have to double check that. Right then, so that's that, and then we just need to add the event handler here, for which we will borrow that one. Plop that in there. Plop that in there. And what was this one? It was helm target home. And then we don't need these ones. So that's all we need to do on that one. Let's make sure this is all compiled. Okay, so the stream's been on for exactly 4 hours. Have I managed to do this in exactly 4 hours? That would be amusing. Right, summon an NPC there, summon an NPC there. Right then. So you show me the long range sensors. Alright, let's go to Alpha Centauri. So set helm target. Okay, helm guy, navigate to target. Okay, yeah. Maximum speed, please. Engage FTL. Oh, it's going to disengage it again, isn't it? Yeah. Hang on. Engage FTL. Maximum speed. Make sure that we actually, yeah, we're accelerating. Engage. Oh, I didn't add autopilot on there, did I? Okay, it's partially working. So if we disengage the FTL, that should bring us to a stop. Okay. we then, so maximum speed, yeah, that worked. And 10% speed? Yeah, that worked. Huzzah! I like how it it just ticks up like that. That's quite cool. Right, so take us home should set the target for Earth, engage that. Didn't engage the autopilot. No, okay. So I would assume then that is because we are not setting the button presses. Where are we? So right, so if we grab that, get rid of that, save that, grab that, and then we'll just pop that down there. Don't need to care about those. This definitely requires cleaning. That's useful. We've already got an enabled autopilot thing we can use. Do we have a kill autopilot? We don't, so I'll make one. See whether that works. Hey, BC5. Entering the numb bum zone now. Okay, show me the long range. Set as helm target. Definitely setting it as a sensors target. Okay, so setting of the helm target on here doesn't seem to be working. Okay. So long range, that's where we're off to. Right, navigate to target. bodiless NPC is doing his job. Okay, so other than the fact that the helm target's not working on the holo display, I'm sure that was working. But yeah, I'll fix that. Other than that, it's working. And we can obviously change that. Okay, so I think that now working. So if we got a couple more things on here a sec. So we've got navigate to target, which is fine. Yeah, engaging and disengaging the FTL. We've got our speeds. I think all stop is just one other thing that I'd like to add to this. Just to sort of complete the selection of helm things that you might need. Yeah, so we can't spawn the other NPCs without really giving them some kind of role. So for now, it's just going to be these two NPCs. Alright, so let's just add an all stop function. So again, it's not going to be doing any logic checks on whether or not things like the autopilot are on. Just thinking how the best way to manage that. There. I'm going to leave that one for now, because that's going to require some logic checking, and we've already got a disengage FTL, so a disengage FTL kind of does the same thing, because that already turns off the autopilot, so we should be alright with that. What's that? 560, 550, yeah. Yeah, so we've only got the modes there. Yeah, so I need to fix the helm targeting function before that's practically useful, but we're getting there. Thank you, Celtic. Yeah, I mean, again, when we actually add the menu properly, you know, we'll be able to, you know, properly refine all the different things it does. Right now, this is literally just a test, just to see, you know, what it feels like to use. And for the helm specifically, we're not doing state checking right now. So we need to do state checks so that when you click disengage whilst the FTL's off, it doesn't just turn it on, which it will right now. But yeah, as a test, I think that will do. Before I put this live, I do want to fix the NPCs like being half naked, which is weird. I don't know why they're doing that. But I'll package it and see whether or not packaging it fixes it, because it might do. But yeah, so we'll call it a night there. I think we made some good progress. You can definitely now issue commands to NPCs, so we're another step ahead towards 226. It's really funny. At this point, 226 will be finished before we even get 225 out the door, which should be funny, but still. Well, thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream, and I shall see you on Wednesday for some more shenanigans. I don't know what we're doing Wednesday yet, so we'll find out when we get there. But have a good week ahead, and I shall see you on the next one. Bye for now.